I'm awake. I'm awake. Wait, what? It's a no rush game. Oh no. Well, thank you for being here so early on. The game starting immediately. There's no time for caution. The range on the laser turrets is insane. I think I should go hovers. Wait, title is 22. We're playing randomizer to start as we figure out. I don't plan on it the whole night, but that means every unit, every stat is randomized from range to DPS to cost. Though the more expensive, especially compared to the basic units, the better they are in general. But it's like, I should get 4 and you should get 3. Because that is how the world works. It is enough that, and not enough that I should succeed. Others should fail. Maybe we'll cast some of the 1v1 tournament later. I was debating whether I cast it on stream, because I'm probably not going to post all the games, but... Did you see Riftbreaker as a stream function where chat can interact with the waves? Yeah, I'm aware of that. I always found it to be a bit ham-fisted, and chat has a tendency to not be so nice to me. For some reason. Bitches. You can have a T1 with T3 stats. My light laser turret has 1600 range. For reference, that's more than most artillery in the base game. It costs several times over. But it's randomized both per faction and per unit. I think you can have... Oh wait, it doesn't have the resource trading. The walls are down. Let's convert. Your team has reached Tech 2. Centurion has 2k range. I need to put a hotkey for share unit. Because I want to try 2k range Centurion. New units received. Enemy spotted. It's a bird. It's a play. I can just have clearly the build range is buffed up here an insane amount. Tier 2 unit spotted. You know, it'd be nice if I could shut up every now and again. Oh wait, I built the advanced spot lab. That's not what I meant. I meant the basic one. Convert harder. We'll get 1,000 energy from title. Honestly, I don't know the exact math, but title being 22, I think puts it above anything but fusions. And fusions take quite a while to pay off. So a converter takes 70 energy into 1 metal. Title's doing 22. That means it's about 3.5 seconds to get 1 metal. So, oh, they have Yeah, DPS still okay. The speed is, wow, the speed.
Your least favorite ally has been destroyed.
What? They're getting run over there. Yeah, well, we're not the only ones who get everybody on the map. Okay, it's not, you're not. So if the title costs 79, which is actually, I think, randomized as well. Then 3 seconds, 79, 210. So it takes like 4 minutes to pay off via converter. Pretty good against air if it has more range than a flak turret as well.
Units are under attack. Your teammate is lagging. Unit lost. Metal extractor lost.
The bombers. Oh. So, I don't know exactly how the numbers work against air. I think it's just anti-air dedicated things have a significant buff. Not that they take less damage from other stuff.
Tactical pause. We'll do it live.
He paused and unpaused before the game even registered it. Does look hilarious though. Okay. I'm scratching the paint. Those are targeting lasers. I could go tier 2. Can I see? Go on out of tier 2.
New units received.
Oh. Well, it was mostly for the units. Oh, there's tier 2 construction, wind turbines, rather. There's no tier 2 title, even in experimental, I don't think. I need to change the simple. So this is simple team colors, but you can still shade them differently. It's just less dramatic than if you turn it off. But I think I need to do a little bit more. As long as they're not close to my green. That was the issue I was having, was with too many players in the game. Like, is this periwinkle or is it sky blue?
Air transport
And
identified.
not being able to tell, especially the selection. I need to make a request for an option. There's probably a widget out there, but I want my units to be on hold position when they come out of factories. Maneuver means once they find a target, they will chase that target, sometimes for quite a while. Roam means they'll pretty much chase across the entire map. But by default, they're on maneuver, which means the units will go walking off to go chase radar dots. Which is probably better if you are focused on, you know, lower APM, but I do not prefer that because I look and I watch my artillery just slowly work its way into the enemy while I painfully try to pull it back. But you can set it on the factory. It's just by default it's on the maneuver version. I guess we can get storage on the water as well.
They've got at least one tier 3 unit.
What? That's not good. I'm not even convinced. Wait, how much is the wind here? Looking at the stats, the Fat Boy, normal cost. Just get radar and jammer. Recluse. I'm not seeing anything with extreme differences. In fact, the sharpshooter has less range than a centurion, which is not exactly ideal to be spamming then. .500 range rockets, 1,100 range thug. But the Centurion at 2,300 is really taking it right now. I guess we just have the commander keep making title. Huh. Interesting that when you try to build a... I didn't know. I'm figuring this out. When you build you build stuff on the water, it automatically picks the naval version. I accidentally just reflexively tried to build a solar collector, and it selected the title. Because I guess that's the closest you get, because you can't build... Why can't you build a solar collector on water? Alright, that just... Reasons. Corrosion.
Unit lost.
What? What is firing? What the fuck? What is the range? 6,500 range. Try that out. That's Armada T2.
Metal extractor lost.
What? What are they firing? That's some artillery. Obviously, but... Oh, the Tyrannus! Oh my god, the anti-air's so slow. Screamers! I built this right in front of a metal extractor. I wall in my tanks in every game I play. Incoming rockets. I'm so good at walling in my tanks. Doesn't matter. The context. Do not love. I need more jammers. Is the jammer range randomized as well? Wait, no, that's a radar tower. That's so good. Wait, am I dumb? No, that's a jammer. I think it is. What the fuck? Is that an Astraeus? Oh, come on. Turtle? Starlight. Just get the ambassadors. I don't know why I reserved the 4 hotkey. I never put anything on the 4 hotkey because that's my main base in StarCraft. I used to hotkey the commander on it, but the commander already has the tab key, so I just don't ever put anything on the 4 key. It really should just be my... Like, why not factories? Well, how am I going to build SCVs? I really should just use it for factories. I use 5, 6, and 7 for factories out of reflex, but there's absolutely no reason. I just literally have 4 empty most of the time. Look down here, like... 1, 2, 3, 5, 7 is what's take. Like anti-air on 7 with the auto groups, but Thor's. That Titan has a lot of extra HP. What are you doing with a shipyard?
Received.
What am I doing with a shipyard?
Units under attack.
The flagship might be enough range to assist. All right, we're making a flagship. These rockets are problematic. There's no anti-rocket systems. Oh, incoming.
Base under attack. Unit lost.
That's a tactical nuke, I heard, I think. Or an EMP. EMP. I want shields. I don't think I could afford the T2 shields. These rockets are dangerous. This flagship, unfortunately, we should be able to break through the ice.
Long-range plasma cannons are targeting your area.
It's not looking amazing.
Unit lost.
This is maybe a bit much anti-nuke.
Bomber spotted. Base under attack.
What? There's just a Thor. The Thor has 500,000 HP. Commander, we need you.
Your base is under attack.
Usually they have like, what, 50k?
Metal extractor lost.
That's more than a behemoth by default, which is 350. Oh no.
Flagship is ready. Orders captain. Long-range plasma cannons are targeting your area. Enemy Titan detected.
D-gun it. We're working on it. Wait, don't get in range of the Thor. There's no reason I need to be in Thor hit range. That's a technical term, I guess. I'm gonna lose my entire base. Good thing I built some on the water here. Big D.
Your team has reached Tech 3, but at what cost?
What am I doing? Oh my god. I need vision so my flagship can participate.
Commander's under attack.
How do you know? It's just kind of... just happens to be in range. Do not target the spy bot, you idiot. Look, I'm a naval player. This is my... Get out of my swamp. Like and subscribe for access to the swamp. All swamp pass. We get 100 likes, we'll open up a second swamp. I feel like my flagship is going to destroy my spy bot. Why am I building so many? I do not have the economy for this. There are naval shield generators. All I have is a single flagship, some ridiculous range ambassadors, and a dream. The range is 6,500, which is plasma cannon range. The range indicators are inaccurate because it's randomized. Like, especially with the long range ones. Sometimes they seem to be right, but I think at a certain point it just breaks. Like, it's not supposed to have... 6,500 range is most of the map. I think most maps are like 10,000 across or something. Something like that. Trying to bootstrap the economy back to something. But we are losing. Decisively. But I'm going to jam as much economy as I can into a tiny corner here, and we'll see how it goes.
Your least favorite ally has been destroyed.
Maybe a bit much. Those are anti-nuke ships. Check the stats.
Enemy Titan detected.
Are you using them as e-storage? Because it's cheaper? They have 1,500 e-storage. 336... Wait, plus... Wait. Do anti-nuke ships always give E?
Enemy Thor is here.
Is this in the base game? Did I not know this? I don't think so. I don't think this is the normal anti-nuke ship. I think this is an extra unit. By base game, I mean like ranked multiplayer balance.
Hydra grunts, Hydra pawns.
All right, I'm on the anti-nuke fleet. I'm on the... sorry, this is the mobile generator fleet. Huh.
Low power. Construct additional energy.
I can't afford that shield. If they get through one shield, I'm screwed anyway. We're just all gonna sit in the corner. It's better. A title's doing 22. These are doing 300. If we run out of shit, if we run out of space in the swamp. I heard you guys need help mid. Oh, he's building Thors now. Here we go. He's doing it. He's monologuing. Oh yeah, this is the guy who was hosting the game, so he knows all the little tricks. Or at least knows how to find them. Because that's the, in my opinion, the fun part of this mode is the tricks are different each game. It's not the same trick every game.
Brenda has arrived.
And he figured out that the anti-nuke ships have the most efficient energy generation. Thors do seem to be the play. We're just gonna scatter some rockets in there. Well, wait. I don't know if we're using the shields that actually block rockets. You can do that. Yeah, nah. They're not.
Units under attack. Again.
I need to find a...
Long-range plasma cannons are targeting your area.
What is the highest speed? None of them. They suck.
Lost.
They all suck. I'm gonna lose my shields. We're gonna get a couple construction turrets up here just explicitly to repair the shield gen.
Metal extractor lost.
Can I get a beat on this? Let me see those rockets. Just eyeballing it with the ambassadors. Oh, there's, this is not gonna work. This is not worth my time.
Base under
Fucking...
attack. Enemy Thor is here.
This is why we can't have nice things.
Juggernaut spotted.
Seaplanes! Oh yeah, you can build a gantry underwater. I don't know, I might... Alright, fuck it. We're going to Atlantis. Because every... Who knew that Atlantis was actually the size of a small city block? There's 10,000 energy jammed in here. You can just build turtles in it.
Unit lost.
Oh, stop building construction bots. We'll get the tier 2 and see if there's anything there, but...
Your
Marauders.
least favorite teammate has resigned.
The Epic Recluse has 2,000 range. The Rat does not seem to have its stats randomized. The Lunkhead is 7,200. Wait, where's the Thor? The Tumbleweed is actually quite fast for... Wait, no, 25. I looked at the wrong stat. Titan. Crazy Deeps. Titan has very high HP for what it is. Let's see. Titans. Resign? We're just... It's winning time. I probably should read faster. Doesn't seem like the Cortex T2 is randomized really very much, if at all. It's the Deadeye.
Enemy Titan detected.
Oh shit. Well.
Base is under attack.
Alright, I'm just getting rid of this. How many commanders left? Is this a build power issue? Yeah. What is that? We're just gonna make grunts for vision.
Ready. Protocol 3, protect the commander. Unit lost.
Alright, the Titans emerged from the swamp. Unfortunately, they're pretty hard countered. They also have Titans.
Commander's under attack.
I don't even know if they have radar. Oh, come back here. They've correctly figured out that 2 Titans are a pretty good counter to 1 Titans.
Enemy Thor is here. Commander's under
That's
attack.
also a problem. Well, this is bullying. What, you didn't spawn in a pair? Normie. You'll always be single. Titan. I think I saw this movie once.
They have a
Pacific Rim was great. Unfortunately, they never made a second one.
Commander is under attack. Base
What?
under
How?
attack.
No!
Resubscription confirmed. Automatically reloading. Thanks.
Your commander's taking terrible, terrible damage.
I'm not gonna make it. There's too many railguns. No!
Commander
Fuck.
destroyed.
They just keep walking into my swamp. Doesn't matter how many Centurions you have up there. No! You! I lost all my... There are too many Titans.
Base is under attack.
No, fuck you, no fuck you, no fuck... Ah, what the fuck is that? Soul and Victor. Oh, we're so dead. 350k HP, 3000 DPS. His thermal lances, too much range. Jug. Oh my god, what is that juggernaut? Look at the shotgun. Hey, whoa! I mean, the juggernaut attack speed on the shotgun. Oh my god. Ah! Solved it! Thank you, Pixel Private Martin. Let's
Player
take a look.
resigned. Somehow matters.
Close. Is this AI? AI is on double resource income. We definitely didn't respect them to start. So, the thing with the randomizer is that the AI also gets the bonus units. I don't think it builds them on
Player
purpose.
resigned.
Like, sometimes the units that it wants to build in the first place are just super OP. Like, Titans or long-range artillery. And sometimes they're shit, and it does nothing.
Player resigned, which somehow matters.
But it does seem it kind of landed on the right ones. Yeah, this doesn't... In multiplayer, this is just super dumb. It's whoever read through all the stats and figured out the most OP unit to attack you from out of your vision range and win the game. It's not a multiplayer thing. It'd be fun for like one game, but that is the experience. We're not playing the huge games tonight because they're doing like multi-team lava maps, which I also do not enjoy. Maybe to watch, but I don't like the jammed into a tiny space with one metal extractor and then playing politics. Like, especially on a map that it feels like is decided 15 minutes before the game actually ends. Anti-nuke ships generate E in the baseline. How did I not know? Well, anti-nuke ships are like 1600 metal usually, so they would have to generate like over 500 to be anywhere close to fusions. Yeah, it says generator plus 300. Like 1400 for plus 300. It's not. I saw a bunch of the nerds on the Beyond All Reason. I think it was subreddit doing a bunch of graphs about energy ratios because it's a lot easier to do graphs than maintain your base, but on how long it takes certain things to pay off versus wind turbines. So there's no title in here, Spread. Because the other ones are static energy count. Yeah. Every time these games go above 8 players, it just becomes a lag fest. I don't. It's because of the AI mostly. Right? Because you have 8 AI. But the AI is super inefficient with its actions. It has like 1,000 APM. But most of it is just like moving one unit. It works, but it's not how a player would play. Why does a ship even produce energy? You mean like, what if they put a nuclear reactor on a ship? What sort of sci-fi shit is that? Someone chime in, please.
Welcome back, Commander.
It's always the tragedy that comes with Bar. The more people you get, the worse the games are most of the time. Nuclear submarines do exactly what you describe, IRL. Thank you. That's what they want you to think. Okay. Really? It's aliens. Aliens look like very small atoms that they smash together, and it's this constant war of aliens that we use to harness the energy.
Turn off the stream and choose a starting location.
No. Do some research. I'm looking to see what tier 1 turret is strongest, and they all suck. So, another problem with having 10 players is there's only 8 starting spots. So... Is he taking that? I don't know. We're gonna do crabs. I promised the people crabs. Actually, I might go mass infester. I'm thinking mass infester. What's the wind here? It's not, I mean, anything over 8 is fine, but...
So it begins.
I do love for the custom game modes and such, the base budget thing. That's really cool. It works really well. It's super well implemented. So you just have a bunch of resources to start your base. I don't think I'd want it in multiplayer. But for, you know, the build up your big ass base, no rush 5 minute, why not, right? Because this is where you'd be in 2-3 minutes anyways. Well, maybe not. Well, optimistically, but... Gonna get the tier 2s started here. Oh yeah, we should look. Goblins are 3 metal. 3. 1, 2, 3. For reference, the cheapest unit in the game, tick spaceline, are 17. Or is it 19 now? They've been nerfed a couple times. Like, all these are pretty terrible. I'm gonna try to get to T2 pretty quick. Slap spot lab. You know how many goblins this thing can build? About 1 every 4 seconds, because they still have to get off the pad. Just, Commander, go build energy. In the 16 versus 16? No. I don't want to play the lava map, and I don't want to play the big team maps, because it just feels like politics. I'll play the big team maps in, like, with 2 teams, maybe 3, without lava. Or with lava that isn't encroaching in time for you to hate your teammates. But I've formed my opinion over a half-dozen games on the King of the Hill style lava maps. Cool to watch. I hate playing it. It's like Mafia or anything in, like, SC2. People are like, Winter, you should try this out. You mean as a streamer, I should play this game based on deception and not actual skill? The game based on the winning move being don't play. And wait for everybody else to... That's more like King of the Hill, but still. That's how I like the territorial domination mode, though, because you're benefited for fighting and winning, even if you don't always win as long as you hold territory. I really gave it a shot. Literally played 6, 7, maybe 8 games. Just a lot of games to play specialized game mode. So I really want to like it. I just do not at all. Even the games I was doing well or winning felt
team has
like
reached Tech 2.
I did not like it. I have spoken. Nah, that's so fast.
Enemy detected.
Why is your voice in this game? AI. I'm actually been an AI VTuber from the start. Fun fact. If you subscribe, you can get my real voice. Get the fortifiers.
It's a bird. It's a plane. Yeah, it's a plane. Aircraft spotted. Tier 2 unit spotted.
I should read. What's happening up there? Hoplite. I'm looking for anything that's a obscenely high cost. The Arquebus, 1,000 range. I actually think that's a little less than it usually has. Infestor. The Telkeen, a little faster than usual. Phalanx. Thanatos, definitely a strong pick, but let me get a few infestors. So infestors have a, they're not what you think. Not infestors. That's my lumbar support infestor. 200 metal. Wait, that's not possible. What? Okay. Sure, yeah. 200 metal for an advanced fusion reactor. So the infestors can build more infestors. They also have a pretty shit attack. Well, usually shit, but... So their whole thing is they continue to perpetuate themselves. They also have reclaim. So they're reclaim bots that can get more resources to build more infestors, to get more reclaim, to build more infestors. It also barely has any build point requirement. Literally, there's no way, that is weight. It's missing a zero somewhere. There's no way it should be that cheap. That's ridiculous. That is a bank error in your favor sort of situation. All right, we're just gonna build a few more infestors real quick.
The entire team is wasting energy.
Well, that's because everybody's building 200 metal fusion reactors. Who would have thought? Do infestors do any anti-air? Their one weakness. We need these. They might if they're close enough. Can they make metal extractors?
Air transport identified.
They're two weakness. I mean, similarly related to the first one, but still. Phoenix! Good counter to... I have literally no anti-air. Ooh. And there are a lot of fusions around. Phoenix also counter infestors in this game. I gotta stop building all this. It's all air, fuck. We need to go reclaim. Just gonna make some forward constructions. If he goes down, then, well, guess who's next? It's me. Spoilers. No, watch out.
Units under attack.
Oh no, air! Burrow!
Unit lost.
They can't burrow. Design flaw. But they can keep them busy. I think nukes are disabled. Outright. Hope so. I'm 95% sure.
They've got at least one tier 3 unit.
I lost all my infestors, but let's see. Fighters. 15,000 DPS fighter, but I mean, it's a fighter. I'll take 30 just to get them going.
Been destroyed.
How's the Tyrannus? Does that say 169,000 DPS? That's a lot. Take down a behemoth in 2 seconds. I'm gonna build one. I mean, you still have to have air control. Well, it doesn't even have, like, severely reduced HP. What is the range? Doesn't matter, it flies. It has 400 speed. For reference again, I believe the baseline tick has like 103. Most air is 100 to 200. Oh my god.
Enemy Thor is here.
Take your time, Matt. No rush. Sweet Mother of Mercy. Blaze of Glory.
Units under attack.
Well, battle cruiser operation. Oh, you gotta be careful. The splash damage. Feels like the splash is way higher as well. Bring us around. I feel like I'm getting hit by my own shots somehow. No. You gotta... Deja vu? I've just been in this place before. Oh my god. Don't you wish battlecruisers were this fast? They are. They can teleport across the entire map. Arguably, they're the fastest unit in the game. people trying to tell me battlecruisers are not the most OP unit in StarCraft. The only downside is they cost enough
Your
to
least
stop you
favorite
from
ally
getting them
has been
immediately.
destroyed. Overflowing metal. How generous.
Now imagine, that's one. We got 100 kills in that first
The entire team is
round.
wasting energy. Your least favorite teammate has resigned.
The tremor. How much range do the tremors have? 1,500? Hey, that's not right. Oh, the artillery has 4,700. Let's just get these wind turbines out of here. They're eating into my space. Probably should have some shields over here too. I think the Tyrannus technically has some anti-air, but it's not reliable. All right. Let there be lights.
Units under attack.
Okay.
Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
Sweet liberty.
Enemy commander destroyed. Behemoth spotted. Brenda has arrived. Enemy Thor is here. Those cowards have long-range plasma cannon. Enemy commander has been annihilated. Enemy commander destroyed.
Well,
Your team has finally reached 10.
so it feels like the numbers were a little off. A fusion costing 200. The Tyrannus doing 170,000 DPS. What sort of sweetheart deals? Yeah, that's one of those that's fun once, but gets super boring. If, like, it probably should not be that. I thought the tweaks, I've never seen it be so dramatic. That wasn't dramatic. I guess I have. It was more the economy. Like, if the fusions weren't 200, we couldn't have afforded that so quick, but... Can I enable territorial domination myself? I do want to try it, though people might not want to play it, but... Here, you can be the captain now. How do I make boss? There you go, big boss. We'll see. It's a bit much. We'll do one more, and then I'm gonna take a look at some of the 1v1 cup replays. That's literally all I built. That's the problem, right? Like, even in PvE games, if something's that disgustingly broken, that's why PvE games need to be balanced, even if it's PvE. Because if one strategy is so much better than all the others, it feels like there's no reason not to use it. It feels like you're kind of hurting yourself not to use it. What new units are in the game? Well, it really depends on your definition. But if you'd like to check out all of the units, including the completed Legion roster, you can go to the link that I'm sending to you right now. But these are the official, like, multiplayer units. And I'm also using this to advertise the fact that the Beyond All Reason site now has an even cooler setup for looking at units and what they do and their stats and all that. And you can compare them to other units. Let's see, is that T3 doesn't stand out enough? I think a lot of the T3 does. Now, my personal opinion is that there could be a tier... Now, would it be needlessly complicated to make a tier 3 of each building and then have an experimental game tree for true super units? That was maybe even more expensive. Like, if the... So there are some, like, the advanced versions. Like the bot lab for Shivas. Or for, or the vehicle plant for the hovercraft and stuff like that. If it costs, like, 4,000 or 5,000 metal for the tier 3 of specific ones, and then the gantry's like 10k, and you have true super units. Like the Juggernaut, the Behemoth. Like... People love Big It. They're still... I mean, tier 3 units are... They don't stand out. They do stand out enough. They definitely do. They don't just win the game on their own, I guess, but... Some of them can. Armada Solar is way cheaper, and this map has no wind.
Teammate is reconnected.
So each is 20. That's 200. The laser turrets are literally... I'm not going to want to build them, so... They are literally 8 metal. So... Just gonna get a bunch of them. They're an all-air water map where no ground can place normal buildings? Oh, yeah. And you can set maps to be filled with water. I don't know if there's any way to have a map with no land at all, because that's not how anything works. But
so it begins.
unfortunately, commanders can't fly, at least not on their own. Oh, and wow, the advanced soars are also super cheap. It's very convenient. Oh, I should have gotten air so I could take the island stuff. I still can. What am I being all stingy for? Should have just built the airplane. I keep forgetting with the, especially with the early base build, you can just build multiple plants. Like, crazy concept. Three-minute no rush. They don't have forever. Eat some of this. Build these in a area that I can self-destruct them without it being a whole deal. Wow, Legion is even better, but first come, first serve over there. How's the crossbow? 4,200 range. I'm pretty sure that's effectively the entire map. Especially considering where I've spawned. So as long as I can see it on radar, we should be able to... Arm area laser tower is 8k DPS. What the fuck? They've really changed Overwatch. Alright. They don't have much deeps, but you shouldn't need too much to take down aircraft.
New units received. Your team has reached Tech 2. Shop's open. Wow, what a beautiful build and base you've put together. I am just incredibly impressed. It'd be such a shame if something happened to it. Like from that enemy I detected 10 seconds ago. It's a bird. It's a plane. Yeah, it's a plane. Aircraft spotted. Tier 2 unit spotted.
Who writes these lines?
Your least favorite ally has been destroyed.
I'm just gonna rely on the crossbows for anti-air for the foreseeable future. I do want to see. Well, we're gonna get the why not just get Legion Air? Be easier to use air cons. So they have less build power and they're more expensive is why you don't usually use air cons, but it's not as relevant here. Oh shit, it's outranged by it. Awkward. All right.
Air transport identified.
What the fuck is that noise? Terrifying. Just gonna keep the commander back. What do we got? Sharpshooter. The Hound has already demonstrated quite a decent range. Sprinter, welder, gunslinger has no range, making it significantly worse. Ain't nothing here. I'm actually just gonna... Alright, rejected. Probably should have gotten the T2 instruction bot, but I'll get T2 Legion.
Low power. Construct additional energy.
Is it infestor time? The Telkine. The laser face. Looks like a strong choice. One of my favorite units. Also, we can look at the... I should have gotten one to check the cost. But yeah, that's more like it. The fusion reactor at 10K. I think I need the crossbows to be on the front lines.
Low power. Construct additional energy.
Seems so daunting. Well, we're playing against AI right now. There are 100 different modes to play against AI. More than that, infinite modes pretty much, but most people, despite what you'll see in the big games, like most people in RTS play against AI. It's just the sweaty nerds who are very loud and competitive that seem to take up the majority that you might see on the YouTubes or something. But even in StarCraft 2, over 50% of players don't even touch multiplayer. Unless you consider co-op multiplayer, which I wouldn't. I mean, in that sense, competitive multiplayer. Like Winter, what do you call it? Laser face. Well. It only has 400 HP, so that's actually kind of total shit. But oh my god, it doesn't need any more HP. If nothing can hit it. No.
Units under attack.
It usually has like 2,000. Okay, well.
Lost.
There's that. It was a glorious few moments. 800 metal for 400 HP is pretty rough. I'm still gonna build more because they're fun and
low power. Construct additional energy. They've got at least one tier 3 unit.
no. So much higher attack speed than usual. And range, but again, a stray shot will kill it. Or a direct shot. Doesn't really matter much. 800 metal is way too much. But,
Your team has finally reached Tech 3.
we're gonna try the T2 air and see if Armada has better.
destroyed.
No. What do we got? The Bastion 1200, 1700 napalm. None of the defense is particularly impressive there, it seems. Armada doesn't have anything much better. We do need to deal with this. The pit bulls. The pit bulls are really good. 600 DPS, 1700 range. Pit bulls pop-up turrets, which means they don't show up on radar unless they're actively firing. They're kind of hard, and they take less damage when they're not popped up. And they usually have, they even have some knockback in some fashion. Just a really good kind of point defense turret against ground as a baseline. And this one's way better. What do we got here? The gunships have 2,000 range. And 2008. I think the gunships are worth investing in. Meow. I still have my crossbows out there. Wait, what's the DPS? Kind of shit. And that's if every shot is hitting. 150. So, not exactly the most reliable. Honestly, the best mass energy here seems to be Legion Advanced Solars. They're over 4 times cheaper.
It's a bird. It's a plane. Yeah, it's a plane. Aircraft spotted. Units under attack.
I don't have enough hotkeys. I don't have enough auto groups for everything. I'm using all 10 most games, or at least most of all 10, and I like to keep a couple like 1 and 2 open if possible. Honestly, the persistent auto groups are one of all the amazing innovations, or at least refinements, even if they weren't the first ones. The persistent auto groups are very high up there, where you can set a unit to be always on a control group. Default is Alt plus number, and that unit, whenever it pops out of the factory, nothing else, will automatically be on that control group. You can also unhotkey. You got to check the defaults up here, but I have it on control tilde. But like anti-air for me is on. Wait, why is it not on 7? Okay, well, good thing. I've got mainline units on 1. You got ranged frontline on 2. You've got longer range and specialty units on 3. 4 is production. 5 is production. 6 is usually specialty, but I kind of switch between air to ground and like other. Just it's kind of a floating one. 7 is anti-air, 8 is air, 9 is engineers and construction, and then 0 is pretty much everything else I might need to select, like Junos or missile launchers and stuff that I don't want to be searching for. And I actually run out of control groups. So Age of Empires 2D has 20 control groups. I want that. Alright, it's like shift control or something, which is also, you can't use that. I forget what they use. Shift Alt? That would also break. I want 10 more. I actually, in AoE 2, never use them. Alright, I use like 5, because they don't auto group.
Overflowing metal.
I like to pretend I use more than that, but I don't. But, In bar, I could easily use 15. And the key is you're not doing it every time. They're already set. So you just press your button. You got your gunships. You got your missile launchers. You got your anti-air. And then from there, you can control them more manually. But like just selecting them from across the whole field. Is already a huge deal. What the fuck? The tremor is, yep. It's going. Oh, I probably should leave some space here for the tremors to move. Hopefully that's not too annoying.
Enemy Thor is here.
What do we got? Epic Arquebus Gerblin. What the fuck is that noise? Nothing standing out. Besides the pylum having 27k HP, which is incredibly high. What is the attack speed? 11 seconds reload on the Astreus, but still. Just like the normal amount. There are plasma cannons landing.
It's a bird. It's a plane. Yeah, it's a plane. Aircraft spotted.
Don't tell me the Tyrannus is super OP again. Holy fuck. Well, the tremors are not so much for pinpoint micro, but instead for balloon point micro. Though look at how it takes so long for these projectiles to land because they're targeting the units. Like they're even trying to predict. They do some basic prediction, but they're doing it at their normal range, so it's way behind because it's taking like 3 times as long to land the hits.
Sol Invictus identified, though I'm not sure how I saw it before you did.
Oh my. The Razorback actually looks really good. Let me see. The speed is insane.
Has been destroyed. Those cowards have long-range plasma cannons.
I feel like I was a bit optimistic on the amount.
Identified. Impending death has never looked so beautiful. Juggernaut spotted. Hard miss. Behemoth spotted. Brenda has arrived.
Are they losing up there? Kind of. Are the Titans like... What's up with the Titans? What's going on with the Titans? I have the pit bulls. Direct hit. Yeah, I think I was a bit ambitious on these construction turrets. area denial taken to the extreme. You may not notice that he's still... Redirect your... that. Honestly, the slow push of pit balls might be a bit more effective. How are my shields? They're actually at 50%. Gonna gather these back. Oh my god. Just the most creeping of barrages. Whatever that is. We just need spam. To keep vision. That's part of the reason you do spam. Unfortunately, as predicted with 10 players, like it's going potato.
Units are under attack. Unit lost. It's a bird. It's a plane. Yeah, it's a plane. Aircraft spotted.
Can't stop looking at it. We're doing the turret push here.
Hydropons. There's a soul Invictus detected.
Just firing downrange.
Behemoth
They're not.
spotted.
So Astraeus are not so much snipers as bombardment. They fire off cluster artillery. So the single target is pretty terrible, but then it explodes the little bomblets that then explode again. Uh-oh. Well, the behemoths don't have as much HP as they usually do, actually. It looks like the max is around 200 something. Usually 350 is usually the max.
Juggernaut spotted. Hard to miss. No power. Your teammate is lagging.
The jugs. Ah! Pull back. The pit bulls are gonna go down. The tremors, they do nothing.
Long-range plasma cannons are targeted.
Oof. Why is this really a fucked up terrain? Can't see shit, Captain. How's atomic bombers? Shit. Hornets. I got the roughnecks from extreme range.
Overflowing metal. Containers. Your teammate is lagging.
think the pit bulls are the ones really getting the damage here. My eyes.
Your base is under attack.
Also
Those
that.
cowards have long-range plasma cannon. Behemoth spotted. Brenda has arrived.
My eyes. I need something. Maybe just the pylons. The pylons have so much HP for... Are those the ones that supposedly have a melee attack?
Your teammate is lagging.
Look at... So, if you look over here, you can see how the players... This is why we don't put 10 people in this game. Honestly, usually with more than 4, it struggles. But, much like StarCraft, the people who can least run it usually have a tendency to be... That shouldn't intimidate you from joining, but... It is inversely proportional to people's capability to run the game. Oh my god, the Razorback just shredded it. Absolutely no respect. Razorbacks are the choice. I don't know why I'm building all these.
Juggernaut spotted.
There's a slight incline, and we don't have the technology to make most buildings on it. All right.
Those cowards have long-range plasma cannon.
Concentrate firepower. They have so many plasma cannons.
Enemy Thor is here.
We have a bunch of pit bulls. They're clearly amazing. There goes another one. Maybe. I think we're good on tremors.
Your teammate is lagging.
They're not firing.
Your teammate is lagging.
So the real issue is the AI. The AI is doing... Each AI is doing thousands of actions to thousands of units with bonus resources.
The entire team
Oh
is
yeah, we're dead.
wasting energy.
Ah, fuck. It's the AI.
Those cowards have long-range plasma cannon.
It's the AI doing it. It's honestly, you can have 10, 15 players, and it's not nearly that bad. It's the network lag on it.
Long-range plasma cannons are targeting.
Because players do things somewhat efficiently. I mean, of varying amounts, right? But
Commander's taking terrible damage.
but
Commander has been annihilated.
we'll take a look. So we're gonna watch the
Player
perspective of one of the AI
matters.
to just get an idea of why. Okay, I guess you can't see the player view, but because it's not a player, it doesn't control like that. Just take a look at the actions that it's making. Every little... So when you're hearing those little noises, that's another action being issued. Which is resetting the pathing or something else. And really it's pathfinding in RTS games. The constant jostling of thousands of units in thousands of different ways, that is the biggest tax. So usually... Actually, the Zero Space, Marv, the Zero Space developer, had a great video explaining, like, in a way that I've never really, because I'm not a technical person. I just complain about games. That really explained the difficulties and like the price to be paid and why so many units feel, I mean, so many games feel worse than StarCraft 2 as just like a matter of course. Well, one, StarCraft 2 was a technological achievement that has been unequaled to this day. And this is specific to the AI doing this. Now, ideally, if the AI were to be redesigned, it wouldn't do this. But you can't make it play like a player. That doesn't. I don't know what you do, but the issue continually is. So it's this. For reference, I had 40. Partially because struggling with the lag, but like when it's not laggy in a small team game, I'm maybe 100 in this game. It definitely tracks the efficiency, and also the game itself reduces the need for constant like super high APM. But 6.9K total. This is why it lags. Because almost all of those actions are jittering the pathfinding. They could they not just limit the AI to less APM? Yes, and then it would suck. The AI is a bit more of a freight train than it is a surgeon. The danger of the barbarian AI is that it will overwhelm you with units that are relatively efficient, partially because of this. Also saying, like, could they not just make the AI better? Congratulations on your new position as CEO of the internet, by the way. Here's $5 billion. Can I please have some money? Sweet mother of mercy. Company of Heroes is a technological achievement too. What? That they managed to release another game on the same engine from 2007? Which at the time was quite impressive. I guess the StarCraft 2 engine is also from 2007. Well, also this game is from like 2007. Pretty much no one's developed an RTS engine since 2007. Give or take. Yeah, so the reason it's lagging is not because the APM is lagging. You've got a good point. Well, it sounds right, and I'm pretty sure it's accurate. It's not because the CPU is melting. It's because each of those actions has to be sent to the server and then sent to the players. So that means several, almost 10,000 times a minute, the AI is sending more actions to the server, which then has to send them to the player clients and vice versa. So I bet if I'm playing in single player against 20 AI, it won't lag like this. I kind of want to test it. I'm going to test it. Good luck, everyone. This is obviously a clusterfuck, and I said we should not do that many players, but I actually want to test it and see if that's bullshit, though. Yeah, I have to play completely offline, not online server. It might be. We're gonna do full metal plate, and we're just gonna give everyone unlimited resources. And the AI will play normally, except everything will build instantly. So this is a test of whether it's network or CPU lag. Because I've got pretty close to the highest end CPU could reasonably have, the X3Ds. anything else to add. We don't need to give them resource bonus. I'm just going to give them cheats.
Welcome back, Commander. Turn off the stream. Choose a starting location.
No costs. Vision over everything so we can see what they're doing. And then, wait, no cost solves it. All right. What? They all just, okay.
So it begins. Enemy identified. It's a bird. It's a plane.
And so it begins.
Aircraft spotted. Your team has finally reached Tech 2.
And the AI is certainly not stingy with it either. Human.
Your juggernaut is ready. I agree. Quality over quantity. Your team has finally reached Tech 3.
Off we go. There are 1,600 units already on our team. You can expect, well, I guess I have 300 of them, but you can expect about the same on the other. For reference, we had like 5,000 in the last game. I guess I could build mass nuke silo. No, we're not doing that. That'd be dumb. Should build anti-nuke though, because the AI will build nukes.
The whole team is wasting metal. Units under attack.
The March of the Juggernauts. Way fast. Finally got some units over there. So, well, part of it is the economy. That's something we're not testing. Like the well, most of it is the pathfinding. I don't know what I'm saying. In the late game against players, a lot of it's the economy. Is at some point there gets to be so many entities, but with the AI, it's not usually the case. It's usually the 6,000 APM. As you might imagine.
Your behemoth is ready, but are you compensating for something?
Terrain destruction is a part of it. Except there were no nukes in that last game. That was falling apart. This is just to test whether it's network or local. And last game, I was at still decent FPS. Like, this is already more units than were in the last one. Though, a little more spread out because Full Metal Play. We're still at 60 FPS.
The whole team is wasting metal.
Though it's dropping a little.
Tier 2 unit spotted.
Full metal plate doesn't have obstacles. Yeah, but well, the wreckage themselves is obstacles. As you see, the tanks struggling with. We'll see what the unit count. We can just assume the enemy unit count is, well, it's probably a little less because I'm being incredibly gratuitous with the behemoths here, but assume the enemy unit count is similar, if not slightly less. It's not work. I mean, I think more experienced people could tell you, but just to be clear, the engine works fine. Well, I guess you could argue that the network is part of the engine in a game that's almost entirely multiplayer in some fashion, and that's fair. Just something to know that even if you lag in like games against the AI, it might not be your PC, though it might be. It is just at some point it breaks down because the AI is not designed to deal with a lot of those mass unit scenarios efficiently. Right time between players, yeah. Being sent to 8+ players at different PCs all around the world. Oh yeah, and if a few players have shittier PCs that can't process it, which never happens, but if it was to happen, and they're from like across the world, well, the server, a lot of the servers, I don't even usually notice unless it's like Australia, in which case I'm like, oh, okay, I made a mistake. The Europeans. So, because of the nature of the game, I can't really tell the difference usually between US and EU, which is a good thing. On the server hosting, like the game, I'm not relying on units responding in that couple milliseconds like you would in StarCraft. So it doesn't. I honestly don't even check unless like we go to extreme late game. Oh, the PC strength makes a difference because the game tries to keep the FPS playable for everyone. So it slows down the speed of the game. The simulation speed, I guess, is the term. This number right here. That's the simulation speed of the game. And you'll see in the larger team games a lot of the time it drops because there are some people who just can't run it. Like they're at 5 FPS. It tries to keep everyone at like over 10. So if several people are dropping, then it will slow the game down. And that's why in those super large team games it ends up at like 0.5. But even then, sometimes it just falls apart. It's an unreasonable expectation, one might say.
You've reached maximum units. I think you can fix that.
The fact that you can take 1,389 units and issue not one, not two, but approximately 700 waypoints to all of them
Enemy commander destroyed.
is quite an achievement. But also could have some Do you have a streaming schedule? Yes, I do stream. Around this time. Around these nights. You're like, but what are you going to be playing? Which is something I love to find out about 15 minutes before the stream starts, if not later. There's something, what is it? The murmuration here of, because they're all waypointed is the, or right-clicked rather, just of the Nighthawks. Finally, we got to point 9 because my FPS
has been annihilated.
finally reached.
Enemy commander has
See,
been annihilated.
now with players, I don't think it would even be an issue. But the AI, we're gonna look here in a moment. The AI at 7,000 APM on each side is still straining my PC a bit. What? It doesn't count. They did a single shot. Didn't. Yeah, whatever. So, the point being, if you're in a large team AI game, it'll probably lag. But that doesn't mean you can't run the game. It means the network can't. The point being that you could play with yourself. And it would probably be better, though obviously that's not the same. I kind of wanted to know for myself if I was blaming the network or the engine. Oh yeah, the 1v1 replays. I'm like, what? I had something in my head. Which is dangerous. So did I'm looking to see if did anyone not play Cortex in the 1v1? Bar had what I believe is its biggest 1v1 tournament ever. $1,500, I believe the prize pool. Can't hear myself think. Spoilers, by the way. Does Bar make any money? It works on donations. Though the tournament, somebody's providing the prize pool. I don't know exactly. What map looks coolest? Oh, so this map, can you recognize the look of the map? Does it look like anything you may... Also, okay, I'm sorry, the scroll wheel's struggling. You may recognize. Okay, it's supposed to be a StarCraft map. That's the bit. Oh, and it's a... So instead of the kind of more natural looking setups, it's StarCraft. Is Legion enabled in the tournament? I don't believe so. It's not considered to be balanced. For better or worse, honestly, I don't think it'd be good in 1v1 in its current state. They don't have strong tier 1, and that's pretty much everything. They don't have strong T1 for, like, spreading over the map, especially. Huck does not believe it's a StarCraft map. I mean, it's not a StarCraft map. It's a map that is designed with the same philosophy, but that doesn't really work in Bar. But, like, it's clearly... You've got your main, your natural, your defensible third, your open fourth, your contested geo. Like... But... Alright, let me put my caster cap on. Wait, no, let's sell out first. We only have 81 likes. If we get 100 likes, I'll teach you how to press the start button on the replay. If we don't, then I'll do it anyways, but I'll feel less excited about it. High ground center. I kind of feel like it almost won't be touched. Well, besides commanders on the low ground. Oh, I like having... I wish I had different, like, options. And I struggle with that word. But different settings for casting and playing, because I have to change a bunch of them to be a little more cinematic. Otherwise, it's constantly jarring the camera around. Anyways, thank you. We'll find out, yes.
So it begins.
Welcome back to the most professional Beyond All Reason, with the largest Beyond All Reason 1v1 tournament of all time, the Alpha Cup. But make no mistake, this game is still technically in pre-alpha. But without further ado, let me introduce the Armada commander in the top left corner, in the green, with already his tournament Freudian slip, cap. We have Coochie? Immediate regret. But I don't know how else. Coochie? Anyways, on the other side, from Team TM, which I believe stands for teammates, somewhat ironically, Tempo Coordinator. So, if you haven't seen Bar in 1v1 before, well, thank you for joining us, and hopefully you've had a good day so far, and hopefully it's about to get just a little bit better. And if you haven't yet liked and subscribed, well, I can forgive you for now. But you know what you can't forgive? Leaving the front open in 1v1. It is all about Tier 1. And Coochie? Why would you name it? I'm sorry. But found his way to the low ground, a bot lab on the edge of the build radius, looking down upon it, but able to get to the low ground. We're here on Faster Than Light, with metal extractors scattered throughout. The wind doesn't exist, so solar panels are your only choice. And the first tick is on its way across. We'll meet with the grunt. The grunt, not a big fan, but unfortunately, on its stubby legs, not nearly fast enough to catch it. So, the Armada more reliant on outmaneuvering the Cortex, and the Cortex more of a brute force in your face. Of course, that doesn't always hold true. Depends on the unit compositions, but generally, looks like, all right, just tip me over so I can get to the metal extractor. Obviously intentional. The build rate. Oh wait, we're on. I see why it's like this. My bad. It's like we got it set now. Blue versus red. That's more like it. I was on the team colors, which does make it a little confusing. But the first pawns headed out. Pawns are better than grunts. Hold. With so many asterisks that it's almost not worth talking about. But pawns, with their rapid-fire machine guns, they have less range, but they are a little bit quicker. More costly as well, but way higher DPS if they get up close and personal, like if they push the grunts to the edge of the map, and indeed they do. Unfortunately, the numbers don't lie, and they spell disaster for the Armada so far, but a single tick. Enough. Con blocked. Are we allowed to say that? The constructor being blocked from building by a singular tick for apparently 1 minute, which is a third of the game so far. 3 minutes in. Most players on the back line would be debating whether or not to build their 17th wind turbine and whining about ticks leaking through the front. But no, here in 1v1, it's already an existential threat, and every metal extractor matters. And that's why the amount of matter that Tempo has been able to gather is so low. He's been cornered, gunned down, his back to the wall of the map, and another metal extractor taken down, and that constructor has just given up on the whole idea. The pawns roving around like the thugs they aren't. And speaking of Tempo, nothing but grunts so far, but thugs later on could be a real option. The grunts chasing, but are not able to catch up with the pawns if the pawns are keep up on their attention. Meanwhile, a few more being rallied across. The total metal extractors, we've got 6 up against, well, also 6. Okay, so a little more even than I expected because, oh wait, cut you on the low ground. He's got the natural, I can't help but say. The single constructor building a light laser turret, which when the unit count is in the single digits can definitely turn the tide. Meanwhile, just building some more solar panels on the field. So far, I feel... no, wait, we have the top right corner. You can look at the stats there. Metal a second, energy a second, build power, metal produced, energy produced, army value, defense value, economy value, and DMG, whatever that means. Might be like, what other units will they build? That's a great question. I have not seen many 1v1s, but most of them are the equivalent of stabbing each other with short sticks, which are grunts and pawns. And maybe ticks. Occasionally thugs. Resbots in order to... In fact, the pawn has been converted and has joined the Cortex. And technically, if either player brings out a resbot and revives a constructor from the other side, well, look at me, I'm the Cortex now. Oh, maces. The next level up of that front line. Overall, everything headed towards the blue. Kutchi's Armada looking strong so far. Tempo Coordinator has been con blocked. He's been pushed back. He's been bullied around. But the Armada, that's its whole purpose. Or at least its intent is to take control of the map with quicker units, with higher DPS. But the Cortex, in a heads-up fight, especially if they have some pawns in front, well, certainly helpful against the maces. The flanking damage, helping to counteract the overall army advantage, but a Centurion. Now that is quite a development. A Centurion can hold down this entire lane, the Valley of Death. In between them. A strong counter to pretty much everything on tier 1 besides a D-gun, which would even building a bot lab on the high ground. Clever construction tactics from Tempo Coordinator, and both sides really, as the build's clearly figured out, at least the general direction. And again, I do feel I missed the opportunity and the obligation to say, the game does not end when you destroy your opponent's buildings. The only thing you need to do is destroy the commander. That's it. So, the commander taking on a much larger role in the utility and survival. There's a drop! He's doing a Centurion drop! Oh my, okay, wait, whoa, what a play! A little bit heavy there, struggling, but the grunts at the front, the Centurion. Tempo, he saw it, and he's got radar. But I don't know, how many thugs does it take to get to the center of a Centurion? Thugs, pretty good against it, and in fact, he's just gonna grab it and yoink. And then he's using the solar panels to get in the way of everything. The thing is, well, he takes down a bunch of the solar panels. The Centurion can be revived. He yoinks away one of the constructors, some gunships, pawns running through, adding any amount of air. Tempo Coordinator is committed to some units on the high ground. He's going to bring back his new, shiny new Cortex construction bot in a totally consensual fashion. And look at me. Well, I guess he could capture it with the commander, or he could kill it and revive it. Or he could just hold it there as a show of dominance. I mean, whatever you're into. Meanwhile, Kutchi has taken the entire eastern side. The gunships just surrounding. And, it does seem like Tempo Coordinator has been given the runaround here. And has been unable to escape from the constant pressure. And with no economy and no production, there's not a lot of options left to you. He doesn't have the army value. His energy is gone. Thugs are shooting at gunships, which is just real optimistic. They got one. But unfortunately, even the commander struggling because it doesn't have the energy in order to fire. We need energy to fire the basic weapon. I don't think so. Just the D gun, but it's generally not a good time. Oh, what a shot. If you have enough thugs, you can scatter a bunch of random projectiles in the air that it acts like the world's dumbest flak turret. Unfortunately, it seems after the economic momentum of the early game, Kutchi will now be able to carry that through to a relatively comfortable victory. Or so it seems. Was this a best of one? It was. We're gonna follow his story.
Player resigned, which somehow matters.
We've got another game.
That's how it ends.
So that's how it ends. So, Tempo Coordinator. Unable to ever get anything resembling map control. So, using the strengths of Armada, I think the bot lab on the low ground had a major factor in kind of setting the tone for the early game. Not sure what the answer would have been, but just too many questions. GG. Ignore the memes. Game 2 of watching Kutchi's adventures. Working title. We're gonna work on that. Mariposa Island. Island maps significantly more balanced in this game than they are in StarCraft 2, but still, that means there's
You're probably wondering why I've gathered you here today.
And here we are. The island. A whole lot of metal extractors.
So it begins.
And does he opt for Armada yet again? I'm also picking out Kutchi because I noticed... Jimmy! I can't see... Just, you know, this is a radio cast now. Sometimes the replay needs a new... anyways, here we are. Most players using Cortex. Bit more straightforward. We've got Randy. Who... Now this is an interesting split. Randy has started with his feet wet.
Still enjoy W Radio.
Thank you, Spartacus. Whereas Kutchi's on land. So Randy has decided to take advantage of the more fluid nature of the map and starts with a shipyard. Again, the fact that the game ends when a commander dies adds such a wrinkle to all this. The shipyard might allow him to siege from what is about to be Kutchi's base. They don't know where the other player... They know within a certain range, the spawn box, but they don't know exactly where the other player is or what they're going for. And early on, it's almost impossible to get that info. This does seem to be a map that's more dynamic than, of course, the StarCraft theme mapped. And you might be like, that's not StarCraft. Well, the last map was clearly this sterile asteroid platform of StarCraft, where everything has been perfectly balanced out to be exactly how it is to be boring and sad. Whereas here, we've got trees, we've got water. I've seen water before. I know what water looks like. Hey. We've got a hill. So many features. And I have no idea which is more advantageous. I'm sure both of them have their merits, but we're only looking for results. Resbot could potentially eat the trees to provide some extra energy because he has a fleet of construction bots One, trying to cross the Narrows here. There is a scout ship, which could easily destroy this construction bot if it catches it during the crossing. It's gonna be close. The bot doesn't see it. Wait. Why are you pinging? For who are you pinging? For himself? Reflex? Most of these players probably play team games more often than not. 1v1 is a bit more niche. Like, look! Somebody deal with this! Wait a second. There's no one else here. And the construction bot will survive for now. Randy has moved inland. The uncontested metal extractors on the water. Now Kachi looks like interested in building a shipyard himself. Not going to abandon the seas to his Cortex counterpart, but instead building a torpedo launcher to try to protect them. But I don't think that shipyard is something he's easily going to be able to defend. Meanwhile, though, the Ticks have scouted across. He's seen the start from Randy. He knew there was a shipyard. I'm sure he could do that sort of math. It's a casual tidal generator, which sniping off one usually wouldn't be a big deal. But when it's a significant percentage of the total energy production, tidal's at 15 energy. The wind is at an average of 9, making wind turbines efficient, but only marginally so. Especially for Cortex, who does have slightly more expensive wind turbines compared to Armada. It's a slight advantage, but it adds up. Like, Armada solar collectors are 155, just 150 for Cortex. Meanwhile, the wind turbines, 43 metal against 40. So, small amounts, but means Armada trends a little towards the wind. Cortex towards the solar. A few percentage. But you know what? I was wrong. The shipyard perfectly fine. The coastal torpedo launcher, the anemone. More than enough to take down the supporter. And, well, after 5 minutes, the players have gathered their early economy. Overall, looks like Randy, a marginal lead in terms of metal. But Kachi's already on the land. He's been here the whole time. Not waterlogged like his opponent. So he's able to put on a little more pressure. Self-destructing the metal extractors to try to take out the Ticks with them. Some incisors coming out. Choosing the vehicle plant. So we're going to get a full split. Actually with the bot lab. And then the follow-up shipyard. And then shipyard into vehicle plant. For Randy. Ticks and pawns on the run. Eventually, he's already gotten so many of the metal extractors on the water. 2.1 apiece. So, a lot of extra metal early for Randy, despite how quickly Kachi has spread himself over the land. The water is a bit more convenient to quickly expand when uncontested. That's pretty lore accurate. Already queuing up. He's got the next 15 steps of his build planned out. Which, we'll see if it survives contact with the enemy, but... Now trying for the water. He's got some eels. I don't know, I said it like that, but a torpedo launcher could cut off a convenient choke point. And a single sub, I doubt, will be enough to defend it. Meanwhile, on the high ground, the constructors, the energy, a bit on the low side. Metal rate is headed towards Kachi now, as I believe there are more metal extraction points on the land. It just takes a while to get them established. The incisors, light laser turrets, but not intimidated. Early turrets are mostly there to make sure singular units don't ruin your economy, and to alert you, you need to bring your own units in. Otherwise, a strong glance from most will take them down, especially when they're on their own. The pawns, about to have a bit of a rude greeting. Just kind of running by. Might be able to pick off a couple metal extractors before the incisors close in. A single gap in the defenses can mean a pretty big delay in your economy. But things shaping up. Incisors surrounded by the pawns, but still way more damage. The vehicle is generally stronger, just a bit more unwieldy to maneuver with the turning radius. Bots, on the other hand, can kind of get around almost anywhere as long as they have a slight ramp to it and it's not covered in water. Though there's exceptions to that rule as well. And it looks like the high ground, the most lucrative, a geothermal, multiple 3.7 metal extractors, and of course the high ground, which you can never underestimate. Meanwhile, a single submarine. Here's my picture-in-picture. I want to try it. How do I move it? Alt drag. There we are. Keep tabs on the middle of the map. Meanwhile, oh, the submarine! Actually, that was a construction ship. Either way, the torpedo's very effective at their designated purpose. Eels slipping by some of the contain. Randy has established a much stronger economy now, and he's got the incisor line on the high ground. It's like Kutch's just going to try to break right through the center. Those high DPS Armada units, potentially enough. Now, very important to note, the map is dark and full of ticks. Neither player knows the exact extent of units, but oh no, the shurikens! Stop right there, criminal scum. There's almost no anti-air. Some pawns to try to shoot him down, but the shurikens will stun many of these units. An anti-air turret on the back line, but he already pushed through the front. And Randy? The incisors are spread out around. He's got the blitzes and pawns, both a similar purpose. That is an armed metal extractor, which he is self-destructing for some reason. Curious choice. Feels like it could have been useful to have and still had full HP. Anyways. Kutchi with what are you doing? The commander is everything. Maybe an opportunity to collapse on it. You kill the commander, you win the game. That's it. It's the end. So many games I've seen have ended somewhat abruptly because of that exact reason. Though I think at this level, players may be a bit more careful. Though it seemed like a moment that he was just gonna walk into the fire. Another? Maybe he wanted to reposition? Well, either way. The laser turret on both sides. The air coming out. Do we actually get tier 2 for the first time in the history of 1v1? Not yet. And also, that's not true. It does happen. It's just the cost of it. Right now, the army values are 8,000 mil. A tier 2 factory is around 2,000 metal or more. So you'd be cutting significant. We've got double vehicle plant. Trying to break through the front lines. The incisors great at a standoff action, but the Armada all about getting up in your grill. But pounders here to stop exactly that. The anti-swarm tanks that can push through, but incisors split off to the right side. We'll just run through the token defenses. Take out the metal extractors and, well, everything's looking red right now. Randy, a pretty decisive advantage. If he can keep up the pressure, there's only so much left to be done. Anti-air is still required. Randy managed to get the air plant and the shurikens early and has maintained air control. He just wiped out like a third of the metal extractors. I think Kutchi actually has a few assault frigates that made it through, but they don't have depth charges to deal with the metal extractors on the seafloor. Meanwhile, the Janus is moving through. Multiple armed metal extractors from the Cortex. Clearly very helpful at dealing with this. more HP and the fact they're a turret, like, which Armada does not have the option for. There's so much wreckage on the field if either player could take advantage of it. A lot of metal, but the entire base is dead. So, losing most of the metal extractors, several of the construction turrets, much of the energy, Randy up by 50% energy, 80% energy, and a whole bunch of metal. Seems like, is he, oh, he's got a single construction vehicle, but that's still enough to take a sip of all this wreckage. Let's see, right now on the ground there's not over 9,000 metal scattered throughout. And that's the only real benefit for Kutchy on his side, is all the tanks died on his part of the map. If he's able to defend, he can resurrect them. And then they're his tanks, which he's working on. And that's why the army value is still comparable, whereas everything else is looking significantly less so. He's decided to use potentially Randy's army against him and try to turn it around that way. But the pounders from the north. There's a wave of bombers as well. I don't think there are that many anti-air capable units. The Janus, I'm not sure, but the bombers will move way too quick and definitely get a runoff. What are you doing? Was there a ship back there? A wave of bombers. Meanwhile, the commander potentially vulnerable. The pounders and brutes just bashing through. But he decides to go forward. And Randy, he's got the bombers, but, well, already the army is spread out. Again, the commander walking back. It's something of a base trade. Unclear how it shakes out. Army, everything is favoring Randy at this time. But again, all it takes is killing the commander. At some point, that might be the move that's required. A bombing run set up. He's got him spread out. He's gonna miss the mark completely, but the idea was good. One Janus and like one mace, but queued it up beforehand and didn't quite hit, as dealing with the tier 1 units with bombers is hit and miss, quite literally. But there's no anti. He can come around for another pass. And if he gets a couple units each pass, then well, it's not getting any easier. The Resbot's getting obliterated. There's still so much wreckage that neither player can really deal with it. It's becoming a terrain hazard. The bombers coming in for another round. Fighters to intercept, but more of them in red. And time is limited. The production is targeted. Or the energy. Which I guess energy production still counts. Production. The bombers wipe out a bot lab and a vehicle plant. And they're coming around for another pass. In fact, timed it out perfectly. And that's that. No production. No army. It seems like Kutchy's play here will be, where's your commander? He is desperately trying to figure out. But Randy, with the economic chokehold, is able to maintain it throughout the game. And there it is. One destroyer in a dream. And also all his ground units, but maybe that destroyer. If he could snipe the commander, which would be a massive bout of negligence from Randy if it ever got close enough. And the rest of the units sent in. It's all over but the G's. GG.
resign, which somehow matters. So that's how it ends.
Randy with the multifaceted amphibious strategy is easily able to maintain. Well, not easily. All right, there were some moments that it looked like the Armada might overrun, but holding strong across the board. And we had one more between them at least. Tar Lake. Which not an actual
You're
lake. I don't think you can.
probably wondering why
Wait,
we have
is
this
it an actual lake? It's sticky tar, which slows down tanks and bots. I don't believe you can build a shipyard on the tar. But have you tried?
So it begins.
We have Gudgy, the Armada in the blue, Randy, Cortex in red. Wait, Armada. It's a mirror match. Asymmetric map. Don't know. Usually when players say that, they are referring to... Okay, that's the intended angle. Something less favorable for themselves. Minimap is a bit much in the horizontal fashion. There's a lot of metal extractors in 2.3. Oh, do they get... They get toastier as you get close to the center of the map. We got 1.8 near the starting boxes, and then 2.3 all the way up to 3.1. Clearly incentivized to head towards the center for so many reasons. But a vehicle plant versus a vehicle plant. They both have a clear idea. Well, a similar train of thought, it seems, to how to control the map. Metals on cliff. One can be accessed from the ground while the other can't. The geos? Are those metals? See, we gotta have the StarCraft fashion of if a mineral is slightly out of position, you will lose the game to Liberators immediately. That's what we love. The rovers just sharking around, trying to snipe. Scout vehicles, so a threat to undefended metal extractors and other rovers, but otherwise, Kachi committing to a lot of them to start. How many construction vehicles? One. Looks like Randy also has two of them. Begun. The rover wars have. Significantly slower on the tar, so there might be a way to use that to try to control these fights, and of course flanking damage. A single rover made it by. Few drive-by shots. Do they have radar? Not quite yet. First priority, though, to keep tabs on everything nearby. And just gonna try to punch through. Gucci has the numbers, but the high ground and the concave are incredibly powerful. It does seem like Randy got the better end of this. I'm not sure why we don't have the spectator HUD here. We don't need it. All right. Doesn't show up at all. I don't know what happened. Might have broken. But Just, it's a rover on whoever. Red rover, send more rovers right over. It's completely Jover, said Kutchy, metaphorically, of course, as... Yeah, Winter, would you try a 1v1 arc? I don't know, this is some real compelling gameplay. It just tickles my brain in all the most frustrating ways as we watch these units slobber all over each other with their lasers. That's a technical term as well. All right, don't belittle. Oh, it's back. Wait, why is it back now? I don't know. I just had to not look at it for a while. It gets shy. The blitzes added in, but I feel like the rovers are actually too fast for them, and they struggle with the turret to turn or even target. They're just... Maybe because I was on the player view, that makes sense. Players don't have that spectator view. They have to figure it out for themselves. The rovers just run by? Yeah, I didn't realize, you know, with that sort of spatial awareness. But he's trying to build some walls to trap them in, which is a cute move, to say the least. Quick walling, not as effective in this game as in others. The rovers, he might be able to engage the turret, but the metal extractors themselves... okay, never mind. The blitz is trying to chase. Randy has not grabbed a bunch of metal extractors to the north. He definitely hasn't been as ambitious with his constructors. But he's also not lost nearly. The unit's lost. Yeah, Kutchy's lost 53 to just 43. Clearly getting the better end of the fight. Obviously, almost all of those rovers, but a few buildings mixed in. And I assume... Well, the problem is, from the layman and basic strategery perspective, these rovers and blitzes are too fast. If you go for anything but rovers and blitzes, they will run by you. And Armada tanks, like the Stout and the Janus, maybe you can put together some sort of death ball, but by the time you do, you'll have no economy back at home because the entire army just ran by. So that is the dilemma they face. Also the fact that you're constantly getting scouted because they're on your side of the map with faster units. So Kutchy just trying to force a mistake here out of Randy, it seems. Though he has I say all this, but the economy in Bar is so fluid. Much like, to an extent, the tar of this lake. So even though Randy has taken much better fights, Kutchy has produced... Well... No, I can't speak with authority. I have no idea what's going on. Let's be honest here. It's just a bunch of... We're gonna see what happens. I don't know. I was trying to pretend like I knew anything, but... Kutchy has a lot more. He's been much greedier, but he's also struggled more on the field. The blitz count for Randy at 18. Kutchy at 17. I don't know if there's an easier way to do that, because otherwise, if you go to the everyone cam, it'll just pick up both, which is not very helpful. But slowly... moving through the tar. Which, you know, makes sense. Got a real optimistic amount of laser turrets queued up as well. Another constructor overrun. So Randy managed to get a pretty solid hold on the peninsula. There are more blitzes, but the angle very much matters. And blitzes don't have very much range. Neither do rovers. Gotta get up close and personal. Meanwhile, there's rovers got by at the back. Blitz is just targeting down. He's gonna self-destruct the laser turret, which does succeed in taking out one of the blitzes. Meanwhile, the rovers, the bottom right corner. It's like Zerglings with guns. If you couldn't wall off. And the entire map was open. So Marines? Yeah, but they're way faster than Marines relative. Reapers? I guess Reapers is a pretty good analogy. Reapers and Cyclones almost, but really just feels like a lot of Zerglings running around. Some Zerglings stronger than others, alright? Those are the blitzes, but it seems both sides pretty convinced that any further tech will set them further behind. The blitz costs 110 metal. The next tier up, which would probably be the stout with the Janus, at least 200. So, and is significantly slower. And I'm pretty sure a couple blitzes for the same metal cost as a stout could close the distance and kill one. Especially with almost unlimited space to work with. So, it does seem the momentum has clearly manifested itself. Randy now with twice as much metal and 50% more energy. He just win the game? I'm not sure what there is to be done when you have the same units on the same map, but you have less of them with less economy. Feels like there's not a ton of plays to be made at that stage. You can hope that they miss a big attack. So the thing about Beyond All Reason, most interesting thing, in team games at least, in my opinion, is the reclaim. The ability to gather the metal. So the thing is, even if you execute a successful attack, you've also, if it isn't completely successful, you may have gifted them more metal than it cost them to defend because of the wreckage. Or probably resurrect in this case. Maybe not, as they don't have bot labs. But there's air. This is the play. A bombing run. Some desperation, but there was already an air plant. The fighters are here. The last gambit. And the commander itself! He doesn't have the energy for a D-gun. Taking a lot of damage.
Player resigned, which somehow matters.
Alright, it's all over.
So that's how it ends.
Sniping the commander. There's always that. Alright. But, yeah. Mirror matchups in, you know, in my opinion, this is how we make 1v1 not, how do I say this? Suck. No mirror matchups. Can trade off. So the only issue is there's best of ones in most tournaments. But I guess, or On more dynamic maps, maybe, but... Yeah, that's the 1v1 I remember, which is spam a bunch of the fast units and hope you win that. It reminds me of very early SC2 mirror matchups. But the problem is on so many maps that you just kind of run around. Like... Well, I think I'm gonna hand pick some if I'm gonna cast them. Hand pick some non-mirrors for more officially cast. Do not join, idiot. So nice. Where are my raptors? Jeez. It's not too crazy. Maybe some neutral units in the middle. The game's not designed around 1v1. I guess you could have like a balance mod for it, but I don't think it should be either. And there's clearly a lot of strategy to it and a lot of micro. But it's like that's a part of the reason. So in SC2, mirror matchups are the third rail. Like, from a content creator perspective, nobody watches mirror matchups. I don't think bar would be necessarily the same because there's only the two phases, but like the spectacle, you're literally just on tier 1 units 95% of the time. And it's almost always the same unit. You're not joining, idiots. I think the balance of having some spectacle while also being super competitive is like 3v3 and 4v4. When you can have roles for players to an extent. I want to join, but I think it's gonna break. Are they still doing the 60 players out there? No. I fell apart. Go small teams. Yeah, but it's 3 small teams. I'm tempted to join the do not join idiots. Feels like it describes me. These don't balance around 8v8. I mean, you could still have 8v8 be fine while messing with individual unit interactions at tier 1. %98% of 8v8 players would not notice any of those, so... I'm just saying from the problem is there's only 2 factions that are competitive. You can't be like, well, you have to pick one or the other. But that's the mistake this is what many, especially smaller StarCraft 2 tournaments, I'm just picking a random one, look like now. Because we don't enforce it. Because from the beginning, from like 1998, you can pick any race. And that means it's not too horrible. But so you got Protoss in green, you got Zerg in red, which you might notice there's anyways, and then Terran in blue. But imagine if a while ago we said, no, you don't get to play. And then, well, let's not get started on the Zerg situation. Or lack thereof, but it kind of cuts out. And nobody likes PvP. Not even Protoss players like PvP. I guess not as bad, many of these. Oh, we're just gonna take it aside to complain about Zerg some more. I think one of my first inspirations to play Bar was being sick of trying to play Zerg on the ladder. Shout out to Balance Whining and StarCraft. So, there have been 83 Warty Mondays. Alright? Actually, 83. What do you think is the percentage won by Zerg? Out of 83 $400 tournaments, of which I partially sponsor, by the way, so I'm invested to get the replays immediately. Out of 83, how many have been won by Zerg? Did you say 4? And 8 in the finals. 4 out of 83. Because Zerg just... So this is very tangentially related to Bar 1v1. Yeah, Cyril doesn't play in this one. But the fact is that Zerg at anything but the very top level is very hard to play against opponents in best of 3 and reliably get anywhere. Most people don't, or they don't succeed, which is all kind of two sides of the same thing. A lot of top players or the top Zergs don't participate because they're not going to sit around for 4 hours just to lose to Adept Glaives at a random time in the round of 8 and get nothing. So, but what's the point of that? What that ends up doing is diluting or the reverse, narrowing down the pool of players to just Terran and Protoss, and mostly Protoss, and then having so many mirror men. But I managed to get in my SC2 balance wanting, so that's good. If we're whining about 1v1 RTS. But literally Cyril wins things, so. You're like, look. Zerg dominate all the big... Cyril, goddammit. I think Bar has more potential with maps. To an extent. Though, if it gets competitive enough, there will be an ideal strategy. I think there's a lot more ability to... Well, we have rank 13 and rank 50. I'm sure this will be a completely balanced and even... We've got literally the Silver League and then Grandmaster. That's the other side of it. I don't have any solutions. I'm just complaining. Just FYI here. Oh. If you're gonna put on a 1v1 tournament, though, make the finals more than best of 3. The games aren't that long. I wonder if there's a reason they did only a best of 3, but... I was kind of surprised to see that a best of 3 was the longest series. I get if you have enough players having best of 1s for a lot of it, but... Why are there 17 spectators? And less than that players. Alright. Probably takes too long, but like the average game time of... Oh wait, they did loser bracket, Grace. So, yeah, there's a couple different ways of giving someone an advantage for staying in the winner's bracket. One is bracket reset, where you play like a best of 3, and if the loser wins again, now they've both lost one series. Or if the loser wins, then they both lost one series, and now we do another best of 3. And then there's one game advantage, which I think is a little bit better most of the time, where you start with 1 win if you're in the winner's bracket. But honestly,
Welcome back, Commander.
I think in most tournaments, from a entertainment perspective, I don't like any of those. I think it should just be a new series. I think if you win the winner's bracket, you should just get slightly more prize. Like, you should get another 10% of the prize pool. I don't care what's fair. I'm talking about entertainment value, because just from the perspective of explaining a bracket reset, it can be super dramatic, but I think the I've said this in SC2 as well, but just give us a best of 7 here. Whoever won the winner's bracket gets like 5% more prize.
Turn off the stream and choose a starting location.
Because at the end of the day, well, unless you've got a corporate sugar daddy or like a Saudi blood money family or something, like SC2 for a while, then it's about the fans and good games. And I always find it kind of contrived to be fancy, to go to like have these more competitive setups. Like, just give us a finals. Why does they start with a game? This is not criticizing the current tournament directly, but play on Supreme. I just ignore Supreme. I think if there was to be more of a focus on the ranking, which is as far off, this is a different tech. We're on a different conversation. Since there are literally 3 categories, there's Supreme, there's Glitters, and there's everything else, it should be map specific, your ranking. Like, just those 3. Supreme, Glitters, everything else. Because you could play like 1 spot on Supreme every game and be like 40, and then show up on Flats and Forest and
So it begins.
they technically played a best of 7. No, I don't want to. The point is, if you have to explain the technicalities of why it's actually competitive, you've already lost the some of the. Now, some people might appreciate that. I'll tell you, it's not most. And by not most, I think if you explained it and asked, like, would you like the most competitive tournament? Yeah. But most people don't give a shit. Or understand enough to care. Have you been on the internet before? That's my perspective. As a content creator, whatever you can do to dumb it down gets more people into the game. And that's why every game you see is the biggest RTS game I've ever seen. Give or take. Every word you add potentially cuts some people out. Say beyond all reason, what is that? You say, like, macro RTS or how many players? Unless it's clickbaitable, every bit of it, the more detail you add, the more people think, what?
Enemy identified. No power.
I feel like this is not a good build. What am I doing making an energy storage? Big dummy.
It's a bird. It's a plane. Yeah, it's a plane.
Get
Aircraft
this.
spotted.
And off we go. The smallest beyond all reason game I've ever seen? Yeah. So you'd have to know, 1, what beyond all reason is. 2, understand that that's actually funny. 3, have any interest in 1v1. It's like, what can I do to counter optimize the algorithm? Maybe mention the strategies. He goes for grunts and factory. Okay. The thumbnail has like 74 different icons of obscure things that you don't understand, which is just the UI itself. Perfect. Perfect. We're cooking now.
Units under attack. Again. Unit lost.
This is very rude. I need to put my units on hold position. I never want them on maneuver.
Self-destruct.
Is it just me, or does that have way more range than I expect? Am I crazy? I think I might be. Don't answer
Enemy
that.
commander destroyed.
What?
The entire team is wasting energy.
D-gun goes boom and laser go bzzzt. What's a D-gun? Is that like a gun? Guns usually go boom though, so that is the... Hell yeah, brother. Is that artillery? Artillery tank.
Your team has reached Deck 2. Air transport identified. Tier 2 unit spotted.
Artillery doing pretty great too. So it seems.
Units under attack. Again. Unit lost.
Lost it. But I think it was still worth. He's really attempting, like, I'm gonna get it. Alright, it's gonna happen. I missed one. Metal extractor.
Metal extractor lost.
I could probably just take out that turret.
No power.
Is that a twin guard? It is.
Commander's under attack.
He's got the laser turret done.
Commander's under attack. No power. New units received.
Push with it. I think I can take out the twin guard as well. Yeah. Get the artillery. I feel like my range indicators are wrong. Or close. Close to being wrong.
Enemy commander
That was
has
nice
been
of him.
annihilated.
Gonna keep marching, I guess.
It's a bird. It's a plane. Yeah, it's a plane. Aircraft spotted. No power. Air transport identified.
Oh, he's bringing turrets up. Pretty sick. Thug life.
Metal extractor lost.
I've been very kind. That boy. See if we can push through before that becomes a more pressing issue. Rude.
Air transport identified. Enemy commander destroyed. One of their cowards has resigned. An enemy player has resigned. Finally.
No, I didn't see the commander.
An enemy player has resigned.
Ah,
Finally.
okay. I guess we win.
The entire team is wasting energy.
Okay. Just keep making thugs. Kinda just worked. I'm not... They're gonna... It's way... Too many... Barbarian hell. Indeed it would be. I probably could have used the res bots a little more earlier instead of spamming, but... "19 spectators. 13 people in game. Good games for spectators. That's my target demographic. I'm gonna go kill my computer instead. Yay, I get to play with myself. I was hoping this would happen. Thank you, Simply Graceful. So I do need to turn down the amount of... But now I can play the settings that people seem to be using, which is hard to do without actually playing the... Because you can't really do it on the skirmish, so... Release candidate units. Oh, I probably should add the raptors. Forget if you need to have a special one. Off I go then. You can save it as a preset. Yeah, but presets don't really work with tweaks. I just saved it, but mixed bag when it comes to loading them. With this much stuff, too. Sometimes it seems to work mostly right. Sometimes it's a disaster. Oh yeah, I have the drawing widget. You know what? We'll try my corner build. When I inevitably die because I get the full brunt of everything, then, well, I'll be ready to go. So the commanders are different strength. The Cortex commander has historically been the best battle commander. Alright, yeah. Get my Factorio on. Forgot that Raptors has its own, like, full soundtrack now.
So it begins. We'll do it live.
So there are no, despite being full metal plate, metal extractors are disabled. You get all your metal from blasting raptors and energy conversion. All the turret units are kind of shit because they get run over. Turrets, most of them are buffed and are the intended choice for most of it. Wind is locked at 25, so you got that as well. I don't know if there's the... Let's see. Oh, I can build the other faction plants. Oh. There is the crossover, but it does cost more. So, in 10 minutes, the raptors will attack, and they won't stop attacking till 20 queens eventually spawn to try to obliterate me. That's the... I like turning off the build grid for multiplayer. Also, I wanted to build the Armada. Because you really shouldn't be building in perfect grids unless, I guess, you're like backline dedicated, but most, especially lower level players, should not be doing that, but in my humble opinion. It's almost always better not to build in a grid because a grid is the most vulnerable. I'm just tying most of them to the main base turret. So that way they follow the orders of the main base turret. Wasting energy. What is this build radius? Ridiculous. Wait, if I don't have converters, I can't build more of these. Have any idle? Why are my construction? We're gonna eat the plant. Well, both air plants, but can get it back. I need more build power now. Wait, how much are these? 840. Wasting so much. So these convert 600. Each block of these, the tier 2 wind turbines, they're 200, wait, 375. Oh, resource income boost. As is the baseline for many of these games. But I was about to say 1,000 per block, but it's actually 1,500. I assume that means the converters. Yeah, the converters get, so 1.5 converters or so to each block of tier 2 wind turbines is about right. Get some more storage, because at some point you start converting more than your entire storage bank, and that is obviously inefficient. So, don't want to be doing that. And of course, you don't want to be banking metal because that's just a waste. Doesn't go anywhere, it just dissipates. It's gone forever. I think we can do another. And then at about 4 minutes, gotta start really settling in. Never want to stop building eco, but I have no idea how strong it's gonna be here. I haven't played in a bit. Putting on, there's the general layout of just in order to line things. It's more relevant, so that way when you're playing with teammates, you don't blow up your teammates if you build your fusion reactors in the wrong spot. But yeah, you definitely need a lot of air. Air is by far the biggest threat, early and late. In that, but there's a lot of strong different raptors as well, and not just barreling in like zerglings. But there's plenty that will intentionally evade your defenses. Some of them try to run by, some of them try to attack directly, but it's a mix. Yeah, pulsar walls are the best walls. Well established. You're right. These walls are mostly just so things don't path into my base to start, but... I'm gonna get a bot lab because air constructors will get knocked out of the sky immediately. Even if I have a lot of anti-air, so... We rely on the ground constructors instead. Bootstrap some turrets. Get some shields in case of stray projectiles. Oh yeah, Junos. Do we have quad guards? Yeah. We're starting to strain the conversion. Probably can't go for that many shields at once. I'll see if the rocket turrets are still any good. These are just zoning in case they sneak by, which occasionally happens. They're clever. We'll see which side they end up focusing on. Usually they kind of expand towards a certain side. Looks like it's going to be the north more. I didn't start the Junos. So there's... Junos do a bunch of extra damage to radar and scouts. There are units that are tagged as scouts that work like banelings. And the Junos destroy them much more reliably than them getting close to the defenses. So it begins. I didn't get anti-air on this side.
Enemy detected.
And now I can start reclaiming the raptors, but also, of course, we have to deal with them. If they're dead, we need to reclaim them. Can I build air gantry? Yeah. If anything gets by, it's already likely GG, so... Because even a small hit on those converters... Am I able to get more than one construction? I don't like when you can build a bunch of them, because it lags a fuck ton. Nope, limited to one. I like that version. I think that's the most fair. You get one of each type. Get a couple satellites. But I think it kind of trivializes it to have, like, orbital construction robots that are almost untouchable. I'm gonna go to 100k of wind turbines. Gonna start on the tier 2 con turrets here. As well, which are not as... Wait, are they 2800 build power versus 900, but for over 4 times the cost. They're not as efficient at all.
You're wasting metal?
Shut up. Wait, is this the big one? We're gonna get a super laser. So there's also, you can get a few of the super storage. I believe 3 of each. That's like 100k each, and then you're limited to the 10k on the others, but... Convert harder. Each of these is 6,000 energy. I don't know if that's still max. Yeah. I feel like the anti-air is not keeping up.
Units under attack. Again.
Commander's gotten 1 kill, which seems low. That's a lot of units. The best anti-air is the Legion miniguns. I can use the super aircon. You got that bulwark. Can really hear it when it comes online. Gonna get the intruder defense for spotting the sneaky units. And then pinpointers, not that that's really gonna be necessary, I don't think, but we had 100k of wind turbines yet. Almost. I guess I could build more air cons off the experimental gantry. Can I build the Legion experimental gantry? No, I'd have to get a Legion air. We're just gonna set a quota of 5 air cons and 1. So the quota will try to keep me at 5 air cons, even if I lose 1 or 2. It's easy to lose track of if you're not paying attention. So I try to be specific and not overdo it, but you can switch from quota to queue mode as well. Alright, the big one. I'm gonna push the front out as well. With the epic pulsars. I don't think I have enough build power there. There goes my energy. While we're building more. Make sure these do not land when they're idle. I do not want my suborbital constructors to be on the ground. We're just going to use Cortex for the tier 2 construction turrets for now, because that's the epic air cut I'm using the least. Let's see, they're up there. Do I want them landing? No. Okay, I think that's enough build power for now. Because, we can spend about the amount of metal I have coming in. So, that's the goal. The hotkeys for Legion are easier than for Armada, and that's an actual concern. Because the Armada, you have to go to a second page to get to the energy converters. I love the crack of the legendary bulwark. What are these? Legendary pulsars. That's different than the epic ones. Well, probably still better. 30,000 HP. The legendary bulwark is 46, but the pulsar probably when it's in defensive mode. Oh, that reminds me, I did not build that air defense. Defense turrets under attack. Gonna start shifting out of these. Are you... are gonna reclaim the lower tier energy converters that are less efficient. $200 kills. Commander's at 20. Ideally, I'd be leveling him up, but... Armageddon heat ray. And then the overload scatter beam, that's 7,500. That's the one. All right, the rest are just for flavor. Where's my Legion Aircon? There we are. Fill these in. Tier 2 construction turrets also have more HP. Still not a lot. 8,800.
Wasting energy.
Compared to 2,200.
You're wasting metal? Units under attack.
Gonna get plenty of storage. Oh wait, what the fuck? We need the big shields. Are these off center? Beautiful. Leaving just enough room to get a rotated version of the shields at the back, just like I intended. Obviously. Okay, maybe while I'm running out of metal, we don't build 500,000 more at metal storage. Maybe we don't do that. No, it sounds like a crazy idea, but...
Stealthy units in your area.
They shouldn't have nukes. We've graduated past that a long time ago. I'm not 100%. How do you reclaim wins and converters? So there's a widget that allows you to do it. That in many games is not. It's a reclaim selected widget. Problem is it issues like hundreds of commands instantly to nearby construction turrets, which can lag the game if there's a bunch of people using it. Like, but very nice for these sort of games when you're doing massive construction projects all the time, including trading out some of the units. Oh, what the fuck? Queenling? They're breaking! Hey! I need to take this more seriously. I thought I was being serious. Apparently not. Another legendary bastion. Or bulwark, rather. And then you have to go into hotkeys and set a hotkey for it if you'd like, but I guess just clicking on it, you're still saving a lot of APM over the alternative, so. Well, the way to reclaim all is hold reclaim, hold alt, and drag, which will say reclaim all of that type and that drag, which is the conventional way. And if you want to split the actions, you do E, alt. I guess if you had spacebar, which is very hard for me to do, by the way. But E alt spacebar will split the action. I don't think I did it right. And usually, whoa, shit! Whoa, hello. Uh-oh. Now is not the time for hotkeys. Now is the time for war.
You're wasting metal?
Well, that's also not a good time for that. I need to be able to spend, which means we need more construction turrets up front. And honestly, it might be just time to add in the gantries and start getting behemoths out there. The only unit that can contest the raptors reliably. More converters. We need some more smaller turrets. Yeah, that's directly contradicting that idea.
Units under attack. Yeah.
Oh, I'm doing these orders. That should still be a construction turret range. You don't want to push them back too far because they'll just aggressively expand elsewhere, usually. Just gonna put them on the sides here. Don't want to be producing behemoths out of 5 gantry. I don't have that kind of money. I'm rich, but not that rich. Had to be a behemoth, right? All right, time for the big deconstruct. Even in single player, yeah, you see what I mean? There really should be a limit, I think, on the entity count, because it's issuing several hundred commands instantaneously. Where are you landed? Get up there. Whoa, what the fuck?
You're wasting metal? You're wasting energy.
Start to get the LRPCs 2000 range. Did I not quota the where are my Cortex aircons? Guess they're idle now. What's my unit limit? 10,000? Rookie numbers. Still managing to spend. We're gonna cut out one of the behemoth production. Probably not the one down the center. I think the left side is okay for now. I got the Olympus. We got 11 minutes. Where did all my Cortex guns? Let's build it some more. We're going up to 10. There's no way I can challenge the air, I don't think, but... Basilica's 2400 range. Basilica's 27. Which is the longest range plasma cannon. Looks like we're ready to spend some more. Just take what we have here.
You're wasting metal?
Shh. I don't know if the shields will chain if/when they explode. We'll see. I have almost no anti-air on the sides. Holy shit. Ah! Thank you for demonstrating to me. That was almost disastrous. But, oh, there's another hive. We need more satellites. I didn't even notice because the satellite coverage wasn't good enough. I don't want. We're quarantining the converters. Where's that satellite?
You're wasting metal?
Must have finished building plenty of LRPCs. I do not like the positioning of that. Alright, we're gonna fill in the other gantries now. Now that we got the behemoth count. Oh, I guess you could build them all with one. Not being stingy here. What do we got? Oh yeah, the rats. And Sol and Invictus explode when they die is the main issue. That's what I'm trying to avoid. Honestly, I don't know if there's anything from Legion. Do we have meatball? No meatball. Wait. Yeah. We do have assimilators, but... ...2 minutes. A shield cover. There's like a tiny gap. What is that? A penguin! The Doombringer! It has the tumbleweed nuke sort of indicator. Which is always concerning. How much HP does that thing have? It doesn't even seem to have a health bar. Oh, the bosses, like queens, well, don't have a health bar, at least built in. Don't know if that's what's happening there, but... Gonna make sure that I have something to drag the commander further back if it's needed. What the hell? Was that the penguin dying? I guess. That is a huge nuke. And apparently there's other pieces. Amazing. There's no real safe spot, but safety is an illusion. Brenda has arrived! Alright, well, is it enough? I have no idea. Poke the commander. That's 2. Becoming resistant to Behemoth, that is not surprising. They're getting into plasma cannon range now. Even though they become resistant, they're still by far the highest. Well, maybe there's the epic plasma cannons. I didn't check. I don't know if those are involved. And I'm losing chunks of the base with each one. That was a lot. Eight, 9. Okay, we never build shields like that again. I kind of wanted to see, but the shield's chaining all the way down. That's why I was building them in blocks, is because that way you contain it to the nearby area. Oh, what a disaster. And that may... Oh my.
You're wasting metal.
I've made a huge mistake. Oh no. It's a disaster. I might be able to fight the queens with the repair here from the turrets, but yeah, I used the bubbles and I drew them in a line all the way down and it went exactly how I thought it might, but I still did it anyways. I usually do the blocks of like that, so well, if it's by fusions, it's not localized, but you know. Right now I got quite a game. Well, there's almost no anti-air left because all my flak was tied to that. We need to bring the commander away so she doesn't explode right next to the base. Come here. Come on. We can't go too far because then I'm out of construction turret. Oh no. It's a disaster. There's no good option here. Honestly, could probably... Well... Yeah, it's not good. Well, the best option is try to reclaim her. Also, there's all this. All my behemoths are dead. Yeah, that single-handedly killed me. Those stupid shields. Big dummy head. Stop bullying me! Yeah, she's resistant to Cortex Commander now. Well, that's not ideal. It was dramatic, though. Really just chained through the whole base. It was pretty sick.
Your commander's taking terrible, terrible damage. Commander has been annihilated.
Honestly, I do like playing solo because the gameplay's like we're still at 1.0. It's a real challenge that you can tweak. I think it would have been close if I had a better shield setup. I'm not sure it would have been enough, but I did enjoy it. I did not sleep. Oh, I think that's the didn't build any units because no rush. But I wasn't sleeping. What were the multipliers? 1.3, 1.3. And then it was, well, you can just look at the mod. Had just one wave. It was still so many tweaks now. Oh my. And what was it, 1.5 on resource? I just copied a lobby that died to see what people were playing. But I reduced the wave count. But yeah, 1.5. It felt pretty, it didn't have too much of the crazy, like, super eco. Just one of the epic air cons, stuff like that. I like this version. I'll call this the good version of Raptors. Good Raptor. The thing is, presets don't save the tweaks, really, so... But, so, been a little while, but if you're watching on YouTube, thank you for watching. Like and subscribe. I'm gonna be playing After Blast, which you can think of. It's a roguelike. It's like Risk of Rain and Gunfire Reborn, and I've been vying for the top of the leaderboard on speedrunning it. So it's been a little while since we did After Hours, but YouTube really doesn't like it when you do multiple games in a stream. It's like, hey, that's not the same content. You promised people apples and you gave them explosive oranges. So if you want to check it out, I do like it. But otherwise, thank you for watching some unreasonable gameplay, and I hope you enjoy it. But if you're on Twitch, well, cover your eyes because it's a lot. But if you want to check it out, but it's mostly just we're chilling. Some good games tonight. But sometimes you just want to blast or after blast.